Hi, good morning, parents, families, and everyone in the PS 120 community. Happy World Read Aloud Day. I'm going to be reading a Bruce Lansky poem out of the book If I Ran the School. A short poem, one of my favorites. I can't wait for summer. I can't wait for summer when school days are done to spend the days playing outside in the sun. I won't have to study, no homework, no tests, just afternoons spent on adventures and quests. Instead of mathematics and writing reports, I'll go to the park and play summertime sports. Instead of assignments, report cards, and grades, I'll get to play baseball and watch the parades. I'll swing on the playground, I'll swim in the pool, instead of just practicing lessons in school. The second the school year is finally done, I'll spend every minute with friends having fun. I hardly can wait for the end of the year. I'm counting the days until summer is here. It's hard to be patient. It's hard to be cool. It's hard to believe it's the first day of school. Thank you, parents, families, and please be sure to read with your children or to your children on this World Read Aloud Day.
My name is Nicole. From class 301. And the book I'm going to read is Paula Danziger, It's a Fair Day, Amber Brown. I, Amber Brown, wake up and hope that today is going to be a perfect day. Yesterday was not a perfect day. My mom and dad were angry at each other. I, Amber Brown, hate when that happens. I get dressed. I put on all of my good luck things to start a perfect vacation day. As I walk downstairs, I make sure that the back of my right shoe touches each step. When it touches each step, I say, perfect day, perfect day. Everyone is already in the kitchen, talking and laughing. Mom, Dad, my best friend, Justin Daniels, his parents, and his little brother, Danny. We are all staying together in the Poconos. Justin and I call it the Poconos. It looks like the beginning of a perfect day. I pick up the box of Crunchies Munchies, my favorite cereal. It feels empty. I shake it, no sound. I look inside. It's empty. I look inside again. Someone's eaten all of my cereal. Goldilocks and the Three Bears, Danny yells. Everyone laughs except me. What if not having my favorite cereal means that today is not going to be a perfect day? I, Amber Brown, look at the table. Justin's bowl is overflowing with crunchy munchies. Justin burps. Justin, his mother says. Sometimes he just drives me nuts. At home in New Jersey, Justin and I are best friends. We live next door to each other, and I am an only child. Here in the Poconos, we are all in the same house, and I don't feel like an only child. Justin slurps the milk in his bowl. I make myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and ignore Justin. Danny twirls around the room, pretending to be a top. I ignore him too. My dad stands up. I'll go to the store and pick up more crunchy munchies for Amber. Philip, sit down, my mother says. I know what you are up to. You want to go to the grocery store so you can call work. This is your vacation. Relax. My dad sits down again and sighs. I sit down and start eating my sandwich. Justin looks at me and crosses his eyes. I cross my eyes back at him. Then I look at my parents. My dad looks as if he is trying hard to stay in his seat and not call the office. My mom looks as if she's trying hard not to be annoyed that my dad wants to call the office on his vacation, but I know she is. I cross my fingers and make a wish that my parents don't get into a fight. Then I put my head down on the table. I hear the sound of something scraping across the table towards me. I lift my head and look. It is the rest of Justin's cereal. Let's share, he says. I'll eat a toaster waffle instead. The bowl is filled with soggy cereal. I, Amber Brown, like to put a little milk on top and eat it fast while it is still crispy. My mom passes the bowl back to Justin. That's very nice of you, Justin. But it's not very healthy. It's a good thing that my mom doesn't know that sometimes at school, Justin and I share a piece of bubble gum after it has already been in one of our mouths. I smile at Justin slurping milk out of his bowl. He smiles back. Justin's dad says, "Let's hurry up. We should leave soon for the fair. The county fair, rides and games, and lots of food." I, Amber Brown, am so excited. My mom throws hers in the garbage. Suddenly, my cotton candy doesn't taste so good. We go to the barns. The animals are cute, but the barn stinks. Sort of like Danny when he needs to have his diaper changed like now. "Look at the load that tractor is hauling," my dad says, pointing to the huge machine. "Kind of like my brother," Justin says, holding his nose. Mrs. Daniels picks up Danny and takes him off to change him. Thank you for reading with me. And happy Read Aloud Day.
Hi, my name is Mustafa from Deal 1 and today I'll be reading True Friends. Rat was the only one who knew how to make a fire. Early every morning, all the animals would crowd around and watch while Rat rubbed a special stick against the log until there was a spark. When the fire was burning, he would give some to each of his friends so that they could cook their food. Rat liked all the animals, but Elephant was his best friend. Elephant and Rat were next-door neighbors, but they couldn't have been more different. Rat never stopped working. He gathered and stored grain even when the harvest was good. But Elephant liked to sit outside his house and relax. Why work so hard when there was plenty of food for everyone? Then one season the rains did not come. The crops in the fields began to wilt. Elephant saw the cloudless sky and the brown earth, and he began to worry. "I have a big stomach, and I'll need lots of food to fill it. That means I'll be the first to go hungry. I'd better pay my friend Rat a visit." So Elephant went to see Rat. "The fields are dry this season," he said. "Yes," said Rat, "but I'm not worried. I have enough to last through the bad times." "You do have a good supply," agreed Elephant, but your little house is open on all sides. "Aren't you worried about thieves? Why not keep your food at my place? My house has a door and sturdy walls." Rat thought about it. "You are my best friend," he said. "I trust you. Take the food and look after it for me. I will come and get it from you when I need it. Don't worry about a thing, called Elephant, as he heaved the sacks of grain onto his shoulders and hurried home. Weeks later, when the land was dry and parched, there was not a speck of grain to be found. Rat went next door to Elephant's house. I have come to fetch the grain you have been keeping from me, he said. But he was in for a terrible shock. You have a tiny stomach and you don't need much. But I am big and need lots of food, Elephant said cruelly. Now go away and leave me alone. Rat could not believe his ears. What kind of friend would do such a thing, he cried, and decided to run away from the village. The next day, the other animals came to Rat's house as usual to fetch the fire, but they needed to cook their breakfast. But Rat was nowhere to be found. Do you know where Rat is? They asked Elephant. But he just shrugged and shook his head. Why would he disappear like that? Said Zebra. Could someone have driven him away? If so, they had better watch out. Rat has a secret power, the power of fire. It can come back and burn down the enemy's house. Elephant was horrified. You must all stay here and help me protect my house, he cried. What are you worried about? Asked Pig. You are Rat's best friend. Elephant hung his head in shame. I stole Rat's food and now I'm scared. You have to help me. The animals backed away. You are on your own now, they said angrily. So Elephant went to see Lion. Lion is big and strong, he thought. He's not afraid of anyone, so he'll help me. But Lion shook his head and waved Elephant away. How could you be afraid of such a tiny animal like Rat? Elephant asked. It is true that I am the king of the animals, said Lion, and I fear no other creature. But I am afraid of fire. What if Rat decides to burn down my house when he finds out I have protected a thief? No, you are the one who created this mess. You will have to look after yourself. Back at home, Elephant sat outside his house and worried. Would Rat come and set his house on fire? Would he sneak up behind him and in the black of the night? Was he hiding in the hills even now? The Elephant decided to climb a tree to keep watch. He waited and waited and waited some more. By midnight, he could no longer keep his eyes open, and he fell fast asleep. He dreamed that Rat and his friends were chasing him with torches. Elephant could feel the heat of the flames right behind him, but he could not escape. Elephant jerked awake when he had fallen to the ground with a heavy crash. When he tried to stand up, he felt a terrible pain in his leg. Thank you for reading with me. I hope you enjoyed the book.
Hi, my name is Camilla from class 301, and I'm going to be reading Junie B. Jones is a Beauty Shop Guy. 1. My brand new different name. My name is Junie B. Jones. The B stands for Beatrice, except I don't like Beatrice. I just like B and that's all. Only guess what? That doesn't even matter anymore, 'cause I am changing my name to brand new different name. It popped right into my head when I waked up this morning. That's how come I jumped out of my bed. And I zoomed to the kitchen to tell Mother and Daddy. They were sitting at the breakfast table. People. Guess what? I am changing my name to a brand new different name. And it is the loveliest name I ever heard of. Mother was feeding my baby brother named Ollie. Daddy was reading his paper. They did not pay attention to me. I climbed up on my chair and shouted my new name really loud. Pinky Glades Gootsman. My new name is Pinky Glades Gootsman. Just then, Daddy looked at me over the top of the paper, 'cause now he was paying attention. Excuse me? Could you run that by me one more time? He asked. Your new name is Pinky Glades what? I clapped my hands real happy. Goodsman, I shouted very thrilled. Pinky Glades Goodsman. And so from now on, everybody has to call me that, or else I will not even answer. Okay, Daddy? Okay? I hugged myself. Isn't it just the cutest name you ever heard of? 'Cause pinky is the loveliest color I ever saw. Plus, Glades Goodsman is a snack lady at school, and so who wouldn't want to be named after that woman? That's what I would like to know. Daddy shook his head. I don't know. This doesn't really sound like a good idea to me, he said. I did a frown at that guy. Why? Daddy, how come it doesn't sound good? Well, for one thing, it's much too long, he said. No one will be able to remember a name as long as that one. I tapped on my chin. I said. Then all of a sudden, my whole face got happy. Hey, I got it. I got the answer. After that, I zoomed to my room and I got some paper. And I zoomed right back again. A name tag. We will make a name tag, I said. That way people can read my new name and they won't even have to remember it. I gave the paper to my mother. Write it down. Write my new name on this paper. Then we can pin it right on my clothes. Mother did a frown at Daddy. Way to go, Ace, she said, kind of mumbling. After that, she wrote my new name on the paper and she pinned it to my PJs. I danced all around the floor. Pinky Glades Goodsman, my name is Pinky Glades Goodsman. I sang real joyful. Mother and Daddy didn't say any words. They just kept looking on at me. Finally, Daddy got up from the table. Well, gotta go, he said. I've got an appointment to get a haircut. Mother sprang out of her chair. She grabbed Daddy by his shirt. Oh, no, you don't. You can't, she said. I have an appointment to take Ollie to the doctor. This morning, remember, if you need to get a haircut, you're going to have to take you-know-who with you. I tapped on her. Guzman, I said. The name is Pinky Glades Guzman. Daddy runs his fingers through his hair. Then he did a big sigh. And he told me to hurry and get dressed. I jumped way high in the air. Hooray! I shouted, "Hooray, hooray, Pinky Glazed Gooseman is going to the barber shop with her daddy, and she really enjoys that place." After that, I twirled and twirled all over the kitchen. Only too bad for me, 'cause I accidentally twirled into the refrigerator and the stove and the dishwasher. I got knocked on the floor. My head made a loud clunking sound. I felt it real careful. "Good news," I said. "No damage." After that, I jumped back up, and I ran to get dressed for the barber shop. 2. Meeting Maxine. Me and Daddy drove in the car a really long time. It was not that enjoyable. "Are we there yet? How come we're not there? Are we lost, huh, Daddy? Did you lose us?" I asked. Just then, Daddy pulled into a parking lot. "Hey, we're there, we're there," I hollered, very thrilled. I looked through the window. "Yeah, only here's the problem. I don't even recognize this place, 'cause this is not your regular barber shop. Daddy got me out of my seatbelt. This is a different barber shop. He explained someone at work recommended it. Only it's not actually a barber shop. It's more of what you'd call, well, okay, it's a beauty shop." My eyes got big and wide at that guy. A beauty shop. Oh boy, 'cause I love beauty shops, even more than barber shops. I jumped up and down and all around. "Hey everybody, my daddy is going to a beauty shop. My daddy is going to a beauty shop." "Shh, Junie B, please," said Daddy. Thank you for reading with me, and I hope you enjoyed it. Happy World Read Aloud Day.
One second.
Hello, my name is Charlotte. I'm from 202. Today I'm going to be reading Ish. Ramen loved to draw. Anytime, anything, anywhere. One day, Ramen was drawing a vase of flowers. His brother Leon leaned over to his shoulder. Leon burst out laughter. "What is that?" he asked. Ramen could not even answer. He just crumbled up the drawing and threw it across the room. Leon's laughter haunted Ramen. He kept trying to make his drawings look right, but they never did. After many months and many crumbled sheets of paper, Ramen put his pencil down. "I'm done." Marcel, his sister, was watching him. "What do you want?" "I was watching you draw," Ramen sneered. "I'm not drawing. Go away."
Marcel ran away, but not before picking up a crumbled sheet of paper. Hey, come back here with that. Ramen raced after Marcel up an hall and into her room. He was about to yell, but fell silent when he saw his sister's walls. He stared at the crumbled gallery. This is one of my favorites, Marcel said, pointing. That was supposed to be a vase of flowers, Ramen said, but it doesn't look like one. Well, it looks vase-ish, she exclaimed. Vase-ish? Ramen looked closer. Then he studied all the drawings on Marcel's walls and began to see them in a new whole way. They do look ish, he said. Ramen felt light and energized. Thinking ishly allowed his ideas to flow freely. He began to draw what he felt, loose lines, quickly springing out without worry. Ramen once again drew and drew the world around him, making an ish drawing felt wonderful. He filled his journals, tree-ish, houses, boatish, afternoonish, fishish, sunish. Ramen realized he could draw ish feelings too, peace-ish, silly-ish, excited-ish. His ish art inspired ish writing. He wasn't sure if he was writing poems, but he knew they were poemish. One spring morning, Ramen had a wonderful feeling. It was a feeling that even ish words and ish drawings could not capture. He decided not to capture it. Instead, he simply savored it. And Ramen lived ishfully ever after. The end. Thank you for reading with me and happy Read Aloud Day.
Hello, my name is Sammy from 202, and today I will be reading The Proudest Blue. The Proudest Blue, a story of a Japan family. Mama holds out the pink. Mama loves pink. But Aiza shakes her head. I know why. Behind the counter is the brightest blue, the color of the ocean. If you squint your eyes and pretend there's no line between the water and the sky. It's the first day hijab. Aiza knows it. I know it. We're sisters. The next day I wait. A new backpack, new light-up shoes. I feel special. I feel like twirling. Aiza comes out of the house and I stop. It is the most beautiful first day of school ever. I'm walking with a princess, so I pretend I'm one too. But even princesses have to stop to cross the street. Asa takes my hand in hers and says, "Come on, Vesa." We speed walk it. 14 steps, 14 light ups to get across. Aiza takes me to my line first, hugs me goodbye. I turn to watch her leave, give a little courtesy to the princess going to the 6th grade area. She's easy to see. Her hijab smiles at me the whole way. My first day hijab is going to be blue too. "What's that on your sister's head?" the girl in front of me whispers. "A scarf," I whisper back. I don't know why a whisper came out. I try again, louder now. "A scarf, hijab." "Oh," she whispers. Aiza's hijab isn't a whisper. Aiza's hijab is like the sky on a sunny day. The sky isn't a whisper. It's always there, special and regular. The first day of wearing hijab is important, Mama had said. It means being strong. Someone laughs from nearby, a boy pointing at Aiza. Why? Aiza's hijab isn't a laugh. Aiza's hijab is like the ocean waving to the sky. It's always there, strong and friendly. Some people won't understand your hijab, Mama had said, but if you understand who you are, one day they will too. In class, I draw a picture, 2 princesses in hijab having a picnic on an island where the ocean meets the sky. The girl who whispered in the line says she likes it. She said it's so loud the teacher comes over to see it. I wonder if Aiza drew a picture too. Recess time is for 5 cartwheels in a row. I land the next one near the 6th graders, near Aiza and her friends. Near a boy yelling, "I'm going to pull that tablecloth off your head." Aiza's hijab isn't a tablecloth. Aiza's hijab is blue, only blue. Aiza turns away, her friends turn away. They race to the middle of the schoolyard, their shoes pounding the pavement playing tag. "Mama, don't carry around the hurtful words that others say. Drop them. They are not yours to keep. They belong only to those who said them." It takes me 48 steps to get away from the yelling boy. After school, I look around for whispers, laughs, and shouts. But I only see Aiza waiting for me like it's a regular day. She's smiling, strong. We cross the road hand in hand. I can't wait to get home to show Mama the picture I drew, to show Aiza that I'm wearing the same hijab in it. Aiza's hijab is like the ocean and the sky, no line between them, saying hello with a loud wave, saying I'll always be here, like sisters, like me and Aiza. Thank you for reading with me today. I hope you enjoyed. Happy World Read Aloud Day.
Ready? Hello, my name is Valentine.
Hello, my name is Valentino
From class,
from class 108.
and I'm going to read
Pick the pug.
Show them the cover.
Yeah. Pick the pug. Pick the pug. That book belongs to Pig. Pick the pug. Pick the pug. By what? I'm in lobby. Okay. Good. Pig was a pug, and I'm sorry to say he was greedy and selfish in most every way. Oh, I missed that page. He lives in a house with a winter dog, Trevor. But when was he nice to him? I'll tell you never. You've got some great toys there. Poor Trevor would say. But Pig would just grumble. They might go away. But it might be more fun, Trevor said to Pig. If we both play together. Oh, we're busy. Well, Pig quit his wig. Schiffer, I'm busy. Oh.
You doing good?
Yeah. Friends, I'm busy.
They're listening.
Friends, I'm busy.
Keep going.
Okay. No, they are mine. Did you hear? Only mine. Keep your paws off them.
They are mine. I know what your game is, but I'll never do that. I want the. Oh, I forgot that
So here,
page.
I know.
I know your game is. You want to share. You want me to share, but I never do that. I want, and I swear. And with that, he proceeded to gather his humps and make a big pile with a puff and a puff.
You're doing good.
I only
And once
and once he had gathered them up in a pile. He howled from the top. With a satisfied smile, there shouted Pig, now you won't get my loot. It's mine, 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 mine. So why don't you scoot? But just at the moment, poor Trevor did see the pile was wobbling. Oh dear me. Watch out there. Good. Trevor did crying. But the shame of it was, well, pigs cannot fly. These days it's different. I'm happy to say it's so very different in most every way. Yes, Pig shared his toys now. And Trevor, his friend, and they both play together. Wild Pig on the mend.
Show the last page.
Oh, Mr. Balvin.
Thank you for reading with me.
Thank you for reading with me.
Hope, and I'm from 202. I will read the book of mistake. Get started. With one mistake. Making the other eye even bigger was another mistake. But the glasses there were a good idea. The elbow and the extra long neck mistakes. But the color ruffled a pattern of laces and stripes. That was a good idea. And the elbow patches, they were a good idea too. The brush was other idea, dark and lifted so that you couldn't see through it. Other to the frog, cat, cow things. Other mistake. The big space between the ground and the boom of the girl's shoe was a little bit of a mistake. But the roller skates, those were definitely not a mistake. The second frog, cat, cow thing made a very nice rock. And the girl with the very long leg, looked like she always meant to be climbing at the tree. Even the ink smudges scattered across the sky look as if they could be lifted, like they always wanted to be lifted up and carried. What about the girl? Do you see? How was each mistake? She is becoming. Do you see? Now, who she could be. The end. Thank you for waiting for me, and happy reading day.
Hello, my name is Yali. I'm from class 202. And today I'm gonna reading Wonder, Where We All Wonder. I know I'm not an ordinary kid. Sure, I do ordinary things. I ride a bike, I eat ice cream, I play ball. I just don't look ordinary. I don't look like other kids. My mom says I'm unique. She says I'm wonder. My dog Daisy agrees, but some people don't see that I'm a wonder. All they see is how different I look.
Sometimes they start at me. They point or laugh. They even say mean things behind my back. But I can hear them. It hurts my feeling. It hurts Daisy's feeling too. When that happens, I put on my helmet. I put Daisy's helmet on too. And then we blast off, up, 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 up through the cloud. Across the galaxy, all the way to Pluto. We says hello to old friends. From far away, the earth looks so small. I can't see any people, but I know they're there. Billions of people, people of all different color, people who walk and talk differently, people who look different like me. The earth is big enough for all kinds of people. I know I can't change my way I look, but maybe people can change the way they see. If they do, they'll see that I'm a wonder. Or they'll see that they're wonder too. We're all wonders. Look with kindness and you will always find wonders. The end. Thank you for reading. Thank you for enjoying reading today. Goodbye. Hello, my name is Catherine and I'm going to be reading Change Sings. I can hear change humming in its loudest, proudest song.
I don't fear change coming, and so I sing along. I scream with the skies of red and blue streamers. I dream with the cries of tried and true dreamers. I'm a chant that rises and rings. There's hope where my change sings. Though some don't understand it, those windmills of mysteries. I sing with all the planet and its hills of histories. I hum with 100 hearts, each of us lifting a hand. I use my strengths and my smarts, take a knee to make a stand. I'm bright as the light each day brings. There is love where my change sings. I show others tolerance, though it might take some courage. I don't make a taller fence, but fight to build a better bridge. I talk not only of distance from where and how we came. I also walk our differences to show we are the same. I'm a movement that roars and springs. There's a wave where my change sings. Change sings where? There, inside me, because I'm the change I want to see. As I grow, it grows like seeds. I am just what the world needs. I'm the voice where freedom rings. You're the love your bright heart brings. We are the wave starting to spring, for we are the change we sing. Where what the world is becoming, and we know it won't be long. We all hear change strumming. Won't you sing along? The end. Thank you for reading with me. Bye bye. Hello, my name is Veronica, and I am going to read The Great Monster Hunt. Early one morning, a funny noise woke up Duck. It sounded like psh, psh, and it came from right under her bed. Duck was not quite sure what it was, and she was much too afraid to look. Instead, she jumped out of bed and ran for help. Pig, yelled Duck. Duck yelled, there is something under my bed, and it's making strange sounds. It goes psh, psh, grr, psh, psh, grr, asked Pig. Oh my, we need someone really strong to help. Stay right where you are. And Pig ran to find Bear. Pig told Bear all about the frightening noise under Duck's bed. It goes psh, psh, grr, bang, bang. I wanted to tell you, Bear, because you are so strong. Bear lifted a huge log. It is true I am strong enough for almost anything, he said, but I think we better find someone who is loud enough to chase this thing away. So they ran to find Wolf, who was about to start his early morning howling. Bear told him the dreadful news about the terrifying thing under Duck's bed. It goes psh, psh, grr, bang, bang, wham, wham, all of the time, Bear said. We thought you could help us frighten it away. Oh, yes, I can, Wolf proudly said. There is no match for what I can do. Just listen. Ow! But maybe we also need help from someone really clever. So they ran to find Owl. Listen, Wolf said, there is a dreadful and terrifying sound under Duck's bed. It goes psh, psh, grr, bang, 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 wham, wham, growl. Owl was lost for words. We thought you might know what it was, Pig said, because you are so clever. Owl said, clever, yes, that's what I am. So I can tell you one thing. Duck is in great danger. Pig, Bear, and Wolf huddled closer together. Are you sure? They asked. Oh, yes, Owl said. Can you imagine anything like a cuddling making such a noise? It must be a monster, yelled Pig. Oh, what are we going to do? The only way to deal with a monster, Owl said, is to trap it. Clever Owl. So the animals set about gathering rope and nets and useful poking things. Then the four of them bravely set off towards Duck's house. Owl led the way because trapping the monster was his clever idea. Next came Wolf howling loudly. Then came Bear with his monster buster stick. At last, a Pig clutching his great monster catcher net.
Finally, they arrived at Duck's house and flattened their ears against the door. But no mysterious sound was heard, no screaming, nor crying, nor calling for help. Maybe we are too late, whispered Bear. Oh no, Pig cried in despair. Duck, are you in there? Called Wolf. Then the door slowly creaked open. It was Duck. You're here, she said. Duck, you are in great danger, whispered Bear. There's a monster under your bed, cried Pig. Duck looked ready to faint. A monster, she whimpered. How do you know? Because it goes psh, psh, grr, bang, bang, wham, wham, growled. Pig yelled and aye. Owl added, come on, let's get it. And the animals charged into Duck's house. Up the stair they crept. Then they heard a sound. Psh, psh, it went. It came from right under Duck's bed. Owl flashed his lantern. The animals gasped. They could not believe their eyes. There, right under Duck's bed, was a tiny mouse snoring softly in its tiny bed. Psh, psh. Well, I never, Duck whispered. Do you know what we have just done? Owl smiled, all feeling rather silly. The animals looked at each other and giggled. We just made a monster out of a mouse. The end. Thank you for reading with me, and happy Read Aloud Day.
Hi everyone, I'm Miss Gonzalez. I'm 202's teacher, and today I'm going to read Giraffes Can't Dance. Gerald was a tall giraffe whose neck was long and slim, but his knees were awfully crooked and his legs were rather thin. He was very good at standing still and munching shoots off trees. But when he tried to run around, he buckled at the knees. Now, every year in Africa, they hold the jungle dance, where every single animal turns up to skip and prance. And this year, when the day arrived, poor Gerald felt so sad, because when it came to dancing, he was really very bad. The warthog started waltzing, and the rhinos rock and rolled. The lions danced a tango that was elegant and bold. The chimps all did a cha-cha with a very Latin feel, and 8 baboons then teamed up for a splendid Scottish reel. Gerald swallowed bravely as he walked toward the floor, but the lions saw him coming and they soon began to roar. Hey, look at clumsy Gerald, the animals all sneered. Giraffes can't dance, you silly fool. Oh, Gerald, you're so weird. Gerald simply froze up. He was rooted to the spot. They're right, he thought. I'm useless. Oh, I feel like such a clot. So he crept off from the dance floor and he started walking home. He never felt so sad before, so sad and so alone. Then he found a little clearing and he looked up at the sky. The moon can be so beautiful, he whispered with a sigh. Excuse me, coughed a cricket who'd seen Gerald earlier on, but sometimes when you're different, you just need a different song. Listen to the swaying grass and listen to the trees. To me, the sweetest music is those branches in the breeze. So imagine that the lovely moon is playing just for you. Everything makes music if you really want it to. With that, the cricket smiled and picked up his violin. Then Gerald felt his body do the most amazing thing. His hooves had started shuffling, making circles on the ground. His neck was gently swaying and his tail was swishing round. He threw his legs out sideways and he swung them everywhere. Then he did a backward somersault and leapt up in the air. Gerald felt so wonderful. His mouth was open wide. I am dancing. Yes, I'm dancing. I am dancing, Gerald cried. Then, one by one, each animal who'd been there at the dance arrived while Gerald boogied on and watched him, quite entranced. They shouted, "It's a miracle. We must be in a dream. Gerald's the best dancer that we've ever seen." How did you learn to dance like that? Please, Gerald, tell us how. But Gerald simply twirled around and finished with a bow. Then he raised his head and looked up at the moon and stars above. We all can dance, he said, when we find music that we love. Happy World Read Aloud Day.
Hello, my name is Scarlett and I am reading Bear Came Along by Richard T. Morris, illustrated by Lee Yoon Pham. Once there was a river that flowed night and day, but it didn't know it was a river until Bear came along. Bear was just being curious. When he realized what the river could do, but he didn't know he was on an adventure until Froggy hopped on. Froggy was a lonely frog who was looking for a friend, but she didn't know how many she had. Until the turtles showed up. The turtles tried to warn them about the things that could go wrong, but they didn't know how to enjoy the ride. Until Beaver climbed aboard. Beaver was born to captain. He knew exactly where to go. Until he didn't know about the detours. Until the raccoons dropped in. The raccoons were so excited about the twists and turns ahead, but they didn't know they had to be careful until they crashed into Duck. Duck was so content being right where she was, but she didn't know there was a world to see. Until Bear held on to Froggy. Froggy held on to Turtles. Turtles held on to Beaver. Beaver held on to Raccoons. Raccoons held on to Duck. Oh, what a ride! The river came along. Thank you so much for being with me. Hope you have a great day.
Hi, my name is Nicole Torres from Class 401, and I'll be reading The Reasons for the Seasons by Gail Gibson. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. These are the 4 seasons of the year. The sun warms the surface of Earth, the planet we live on. The tilt of Earth in relation to the sun changes throughout the year. This is what makes the seasons, sun and Earth. Each season lasts about 3 months. 4 seasons make a year. That's how long it takes for Earth to revolve or make one trip around the sun. As Earth circles the sun, different parts of Earth are closer to the sun than others. This affects the amount of light and heat they receive. Earth is slightly tipped as it turns onto its axis. It makes one full rotation on its axis every 24 hours as it moves along its path around the sun. When the North Pole is tipped toward the sun and the South Pole is tipped away, it is summer in the northern hemisphere and winter in the southern hemisphere. The North Pole is the most northy point on Earth. Spring, autumn. The South Pole is the most southerly point on Earth. The Earth's axis is the line that goes through Earth, joining the North and the South Poles. 6 months later, when Earth has traveled to the other side of the sun and the North Pole is tipped away, it is winter in the northern hemisphere and summer in the southern hemisphere. The seasons of one hemisphere are always opposite of those in the other hemisphere. Winter, north of the equator, is called the northern hemisphere. Summer, south of the equator, is called the southern hemisphere. The equator is the line that goes around the Earth, dividing the northern half of Earth from the southern half. In the northern hemisphere, spring begins about March 21st. This is the season when more sunshine causes cooler air to be replaced by warmer air. In the southern hemisphere, autumn is beginning. Spring equinox is also called the vibral equinox. The first day of spring is called the spring equinox. When spring begins in the northern hemisphere, Earth has moved along its path so that the sun is directly opposite the equator. On this day, daylight and the darkness are the same length of time over the entire Earth. In ancient times, some people celebrated this day because it was the beginning of the growing season. Spring is a season when some birds that have been away for the winter return again. This is called migration. Some whales migrate too. Some animals that slept all winter wake up and look for food. Spring winds are good for kite flying. Migration. It is the season when everything seems to come alive again. Trees grow new leaves and flowers bloom. Some crops are planted. Slowly, the days in the northern hemisphere become longer because that part of Earth is tilted more toward the sun. We see the sun higher in the sky. More direct sunlight reaches the ground for longer periods of time. Summer begins in the northern hemisphere about June 21st. The northern hemisphere is tilted more toward the sun than at any time of the year. It is the warmest season in the southern hemisphere. Winter is beginning. The first day of summer is called the summer solstice. It is the longest day of the year. On this day, we see the midday sun at the highest point in the sky. The hottest days of the summer keep place after the summer solstice because Earth keeps absorbing more heat. Flowers and plants grow under the warm sun. Many animals are busy raising new families. In the summertime, people have fun outdoors. They can go to a beach, swim in a lake, or read under the shade of a big tree full of large leaves. During summer, daylight is long. We see the sun high in the sky. It might still be daylight at bedtime. The nights are shorter. Autumn. Autumn begins the September 21st in the northern hemisphere. It is the season when the air starts to get cooler. The leaves of some trees turn to beautiful colors and fall to the ground, which is why some people call the season fall. In the southern hemisphere, spring is beginning. The first day of autumn is called the autumn equinox. When autumn begins in the northern hemisphere, Earth has moved along its path so that the sun is directly opposite the equator again. On this day, daylight and darkness are about the same again. On this day, daylight and darkness are about the same length over time the entire Earth. Some ancient times, some people have celebrated this time of this year because of autumn harvest. Some birds migrate to warmer climates. Animals prepare themselves for the long cold season to come. Children go back to schools in many places. It is harvest season. Farmers gather their crops. There are country fairs too. The air becomes cooler because the northern hemisphere is tilted farther away from the sun. The days grow shorter and the nights become longer. We see the sun lower in the autumn sky. Winter. In the northern hemisphere, winter begins about December 21st. This is the day of the year the northern hemisphere is tilted the farthest from the sun. It is the coldest season of the year. In the southern hemisphere, summer is beginning. The first day of winter, it is the shortest day of the year. This is called the winter solstice. On this day, we see the midday sun as we celebrate as the festival of honor light, to keep away darkness and hope for the summer to return. The coolest day of the winter comes after the winter solstice because the earth keeps losing the heat it gains in the summer. Leaves are gone from most trees. There aren't so many birds. Some people sleep at winter. This is called the hibernation. Often it is very cold. It may be time for ice skating, skiing, and many making snowmans. Some people wear winter coats, jackets, mittens, and hats. Sometimes it is nice to stay indoors. During winter, daylight is short, and the nights were very long. We see the sun low in the sky. Sometimes it is dark even before dinner. Areas near the equator have little temperature changes during the year. These places are hardly affected by the tilt of Earth. Instead, the seasons are marked by alternating rainy and dry periods, 2 rainy and 2 dry seasons each year. Each day at the equator, daylight and darkness are almost always equal. At the North Pole and the South Pole, it is always cold. When a pole is tilted far away from the sun, it is winter. During parts of the winter, the sun never appears over the horizon. It is always dark. When a pole is tilted closer to the sun, it is summer. At times, it is always light. Spring, summer, autumn, year. After the year, seasons repeat themselves. Earth and its many relationships to the sun are the reasons for the seasons. Thank you for reading with me. That was the long.
Hi, my name is Mandy. I'm class 205, and today I'm going to be reading A Sweet New Year for Wren. And just read the book. But I've grown 1 whole inch since last Lunar New Year. No 2 inches will I get to help finally bright oranges, tangerines, and pomaloons and peaches together in a bowl. Sprinkled punch and together into a bowl. Branches with pumpkins, skinny and tiny. Can I help, Papa? I asked. I'm afraid you're still too little, Wren. Out we scrambled to find our final introduce for tomorrow's feast. A fresh silver sea base is Boba's favorite, with sprinkles of soy and serve of I punk the fish glassy skin as it splits and squeaks into a bag. Bright green grapes and sharp spicy ginger for Mama's family's dumplings. One day she'll pass on her recipes to me, and I will keep it a secret, of course. One peach after another, Mama's expert fingers fold dumplings in a weir. She and Uncle Jan race to see who can fold the fastest, like they did when they were kids. Rolls and rolls of dumpling fill up our table. Mixed roll, filling, rolling, cooking in a foggy steam. Watch and waiting. I smell that they're done. Can I help? You're still too little, Wren. We're in a big hungry. But boiling and hot water are the longest noodles and tea Welly could find to eat for a long time life. She is careful not to break the stands. Can I help? Sure. You're still too little, Wren. It's too hot, Auntie Willie says. Six, Nanny, kindly, everyone. Charlie is back. Charlie, who would anyways bring me taro milk tea when he picked me up from Sunday villain lesson. Charlie, who always had a wide pot of king
kanji.
Kanji swarming on the stove. The nights Mama and Papa had to work late. Charlie, my one of a kind brother. Thank you so much for reading with me. My name is Ruth and I'm class 105. The H. There is an H on my chin. Yes, my chin has an H. This chin is on this H on my chin makes me twitch. My twitch up and down, my pinch left and right. I heard for help. No help is in sight. There is an H on my chin. Yes, its chin has an H. As much as try, I cannot try this big H. Shh, this is so bad because I am in this class play. Miss Chin, Miss Shh. And what will Mom say? The H is a big chin. Long I can tell, I can not stop myself. I let out a mad tail. There is an H on my chin. My chin has an H. All of them stop all the then. Sure, Grandma has friends. Miss Chin just growls. Much a big miss. I am an H. This H. And what is then? It happens. I know what to do. And 1, 2, 3. I just knew rip a juice. Much I have fun. The H is the best.
Okay, Allison. And what's your name?
Allison. My name is Allison from 105. The inch. There is an inch on my chin. Yes, my chin has an inch. This inch, oh, this inch. Oh, my chin makes me twitch. I twitch up and down. I pinch left and right. I hunt for help. No help is insane. There is an inch on my chin. Yes, my chin, it has an inch. As much as I try, I cannot scratch this big chin. This is so bad because I'm in the class play. Miss Hinge hides. Shh. And what will Mom say? The inch is big inch. Long I can tell. I cannot spot myself. I let out a mad yell. All of them stop, all of them start. Grandma has fantastic Miss Hinge, just like Grandma. And that's when it happened. I count what to do. In 1, 2, 3. I must such a fun play. The inch is the best.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Miss Defino and today I'm going to be reading What I Am. What I am. I am a girl, I am a human animal. I am a daughter, I am a granddaughter. I am an ama to my guys. I am a vegetarian. I am dark, I am pale. In summer, I'm different colors. I like to look at animals. Aww. But I'm nervous around animals. I don't win. I love what I made. I might be an artist. I have so much. I don't have enough. I am selfish. I am generous. I am mean. I am kind. I am a scaredy cat. I am brave. I am not mischievous most of the time. Sometimes I am a witch. I like to be with friends. I like to be alone. I dance. I sing. I don't dance or sing. I don't want to go to parties. Am I shy? I say hi. I don't want to leave parties. I am American. I am Indian. What I am is more than I can say. I am part of the world. I am part of the universe.
Hello, my name is Samar. I'm in class 103. We're gonna read The Secret Friend. One day, Squirrel found something on his tree. A letter. A letter. And it's from me. Dear Squirrel, I like you. XXXOOO. Your secret friend. Can you guess who? Fox said, Squirrel, is this letter from... Fox said, Squirrel, is this letter from you? No, I, said Fox. I got one too. Dear Fox, I like you. XXOXOOO. Your secret friend, can you guess who? Bear, said Fox. Are these letters from you? No, said Bear. I got one too. Dear Bear, I like you. XXXOOO. Your secret friend, can you guess who? Moose, said Bear. Are these letters from you? No, said Moose. I got one too. Dear Moose, I like you. XXXOOO. Your secret friend, can you guess who? Owl, said Moose. Are these letters from you? No, said Owl. I got one too. Dear Owl, I like you. XXXOOO. Your secret friend, can you guess who? The animals thought, who can it be? Surprise! Growled Snake. Your secret friend is me. The very next day, Snake found something on his tree. A letter, and it's from me. Dear Snake, we like you too. XXXOOO. Your 5 new friends. Can you guess who?
Good job, Samar. Okay, Clarissa, introduce yourself and what class you're in and tell us what book you'll be reading, okay?
Hi, I'm Clarissa. The book that I'm gonna read is Apples and Berries. A mouse lived by the ocean. He loved the ocean. He loved the smell of sea air. He loved to hear the surf sounds, the bursting breakers, the backwashes, and with rolling pebbles. He thought about the ocean, and he wondered about the foreign places on the other side of the water. One day, he started building a boat on the beach. He worked on it in the day while at the night. He started on a vacation. When the boat was finished, he loaded with cheese, biscuits, acorns, honey, wheat cream, 2 bowls of fresh water, a compass, a sextant, a telescope, a saw, a hammer, and nails, and some wood in case repairs should be necessary, and a needle, and ready for the mending of torn sails, and various other necessities such as band, agent, and a dime, a yo-yo, and playing cards. On 6th of September, with a very calm sea, he waited till the high tide had almost reached his boat. You see, his most savage strength, he managed to push the boat into the water, climbed on the board, and set sail. The rodent for that was the boat name proved to be very well made and very well suited to the sea. And almost after one miserable day of success, proved to be a natural sail very well suited to the ship. He was enjoying his trip immensely. It was beautiful weather. Day and night, he moved up and down, on waves as big as mountains, that he was full of wonder, full of enterprise, and full of love for life.
Thank you. Thank you. Miss Daria's going to read now.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
There you go, Miss Daria.
All right. I'm going to read Incredible Ned. You can see what he said. This was one of my kids' favorite books. All right. It's by Bill Maynard. Incredible Ned, you can see what he said. Incredible Ned, you can see what he said. Everything that he spoke appeared over his head, or right next to his chair, or a few yards away, and his friends would all shout, "We can see what you say." When Ned said gorilla, all the kids would jump back, for they saw a gorilla and feared an attack. And when Ned said bananas, bananas were there, on the stove, in the sink, in his hair, everywhere. If a word Ned said was the name of a thing, that thing might float by on the end of a string. He could say and or the and have nothing to fear. It was words like baboons that made baboons appear. It started when Ned was a child of 1. His father came home and asked, "What has Ned done?" And his mother replied, "Well, it may sound absurd, but today was the day we saw his first word." You saw his first word? You saw his first word? You saw his first word? Don't you really mean heard? Well. Ned's problems began on his first day of school. Every time that he spoke, he felt more like a fool. When things that he said appeared over his head, on the top of his desk, or a few rows away, then his classmates would shout, "We can see what you say." When Ned said giraffe, you could see a giraffe, and Its neck was so long, it made everyone laugh. When Ned said parade, one appeared by the wall and marched straight through the class and out into the hall. No wonder the children didn't get their books read. It was so much more fun to just watch what Ned said. Then his teacher complained, "We're not getting work done with young Ned in class. The school is much too much fun. I can't get him to stop. Every day it gets worse. I will have to get help. Ned must go see the nurse." "Are you sick?" asked the nurse. "Are you blowing your nose? Have you started to sneeze? Are there pains in your toes? Have you eaten too much? Have you had any spills? You might need some time off, or you could need some pills." "Some pills?" said poor Ned. I'm just going to come closer. "Some pills," said poor Ned, and the room quickly filled with some 4,003,200 pills. Pills that covered the desks and the chairs. What was worse, there were so many pills that they covered the nurse. "I can't help," said the nurse, "though I'm glad Ned stopped by. He's not sick. It's a trick. Let the band leader try." Maybe Ned's a musician, the band leader thought. He might sing, he might play, he just needs to be taught. When he asked Ned to name all the things in a band, all the things filled the class. There was no place to stand. "I can't cure him," he said, "and I think I know why. It's his words, not his notes. Let the French teacher try." "Zoot!" the French teacher said. "Ned needs new things to say. Words like bonbon for candy and joyeux for play." But when Ned said bateau, that's the French word for boat, you could see a bateau. It was real. It could float. And when Ned said voiture, that's the French word for car, the class saw a voiture. This was going too far. Ned's poor teacher was now at the end of her rope. So far, no one had helped, but she had one last hope. For there was one last someone who wasn't the same. So she made one last call, and the principal came. The principal, wow, that made Ned feel real sad. When the principal comes, then you know things are bad. In your school, she's the law. In your school, she's the boss. The last thing you want is for her to feel cross. "Ned," the principal said, "I will have to be stern, for we want the class calm so the children can learn. And whenever you speak, the whole class comes apart. Since you can't seem to stop what you didn't mean to start, I have made up a rule that should satisfy all. You'll say nothing at all, or go stand in the hall." Say nothing at all, or go stand in the hall? Ned must never say bat, never even say ball. Then that's it, Ned decided. I guess I won't speak. Then he sat there in silence for almost a week. Till the art teacher came on her usual day, and they told her why poor Ned had nothing to say. "Oh my goodness," she said, "let me stop those complaints," and she gave Ned some pencils and papers and paints. Then she watched what Ned did, and she liked what she saw when he picked up a pencil and started to draw. He drew fish, he drew birds, he drew flowers and trees, he drew lions and tigers and monkeys and bees. "What is that?" asked the teacher. "A lion," said Ned, and nothing but nothing showed over his head. "What is that?" asked the teacher. "A tree," Ned replied, and nothing but nothing appeared at his side. The art teacher smiled. She could understand Ned, and she knew why those things had shown over his head. "Ned's an artist," she said. "That's what Ned's all about. When your head's full of pictures, they have to come out." Now, to show those great pictures that lived in his head, Ned didn't need to use words. He could draw them instead, because painting and talking are equally real. They're just two different ways to show folks how you feel. And as long as Ned colored and painted and drew, he could speak just like me. He could talk just like you. And nothing, he said, appeared over his head, or right next to his desk or a few yards away. And his classmates complained, "We can't see what you say." But at times when young Ned is home late at night, when he's opened his window and turned out his light, with his pens put away and his paints on the shelf, when he's sure he's alone, he'll say moose to himself. And a moose will appear at the foot of his bed, and he'll know that he's still Incredible Ned. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Incredible Ned.
Thank you, Miss Daria.
My fave.
Go first.
Come on, guys, you're up.
Come on, Diego. All right, take one. Yes, hi, thank you. All right, Diego, I'm going to put mic right here. Introduce yourself. Tell everyone your name, what class you're from, and what you're going to read for us.
And what are you going to say for us?
Right now.
What are you going to say for us?
I'm Diego.
I am Diego from 401, and I'm going to read Leave Off. Astronauts work in outer space. It takes many years of training to be an astronaut. Astronauts learn how to float in space. Astronauts practice spacewalking underwater. Astronauts eat special food in space. Astronauts wear a special spacesuit too. Alan Shepard was the first American in space. John Glenn was the first American to orbit Earth. Neil Armstrong was the first person to walk on the moon. He places the United States flag on the moon. Sally Ride was the first American woman in space. Roberta Bonder was the first Canadian woman in space. Scientists use Hubble telescopes to look at planets and moons. Satellites travel into space to send us photos on distant planets. Someday you may travel into space.
Thank you, Diego. Come. What's your name?
Maddie.
What is it?
Marley.
Marley. Okay, introduce yourself, hold your book up, and read.
Hello, I am Marley. I'm from 401. We are going to read this book from Doobie Dooey Moo. Farmer Brown keeps a very close eye on his animals. Every night he listens outside the barn door. Doobie Dooby Moo, the cows snore. Fa la 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 ba, the sheep snore. Waka waka quack, the duck snores. Duck keeps a very close eye on Farmer Brown. From every morning, Duck borrows his new paper one day, and an ad catches his eye. As soon as Farmer Brown opened his paper, he knew the animals were up to something. Farmer Brown watched them closely all day. He watched them from above. He watched them from below. He even watched them upside down outside the barn door late at night. He heard Doobie Dooby Moo, Fa la la ba, Waka waka quack. Inside the barn, the cows rehearsed Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Doobie needs work, Duck noted. The sheep rehearsed Home on the Range. Ba 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 fa, fa la 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 ba, ba ba ba. The duck had them try again with more feeling. The ducks did a interpretive dance. Waka waka quack, the snored duck. Day after day, Farmer Brown kept a very close eye on the other animals. He watched them from the left. He watched them from the right. He even watched them in disgust. Outside the barn, late after night, he heard Doobie Dooby Moo, Fa la la ba, Waka waka quack inside the barn. Night after night, the animals rehearsed. Finally, it was time for the county fair. The duck was pacing back and forth. The pigs was combing their hair, and the cows were drinking tea with lemon. They are up to something, thought Farmer Brown. Farmer Brown wasn't going to leave them alone. He loaded all the animals of the back of his trunk and drove to the fair. When he got there, he heard Doobie Dooby Moo, Fa la 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 ba, Waka waka quack. He parked his truck and headed off to the free barbecue. When Farmer Brown was out of sight, the animals ran to the town show desk and signed in. Wait. The cows sang Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Two of the judges were clearly impressed. The sheep sang Home on the Range. He 3 of the judges was clearly impressed. It was time for the pigs and terrorists dance, but they sound asleep. Other judges was clearly annoyed. The duck really wanted that trampoline. He jumped on stage and born to be wild. The judge gave him a standing ovation. When Farmer Brown got to the truck, he heard dooby moo, fa-la-la-la quack, waka waka quack, fa-la-la-la ba. The animals was exactly where he had left them. Look at them jumping around.
Thank you, Marley. Johnny, let me get the mic. Let's get back to class. Thank you, Diego. All right, Johnny, introduce yourself and tell us what you're going to be reading.
Hi, I'm Johnny, and I'm reading the very,
There
very.
you go. All right, cool.
And I'm reading the very, very hungry caterpillar.
All right.
In the light of the moon, a little egg laid on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came out and popped out the egg. Came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. One morning, he ate through one apple, but he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 pears, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream, 1 pickle, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, and 1 slice of salami, 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. That night he might have a stomach ache. The end.
All right, Justin. Come take the hot seat. Come. All right, ready? You're going to introduce yourself and you're going to tell us what you're going to be reading. Okay?
Hi, I'm Justin, and I'm gonna read like 2 pages of The Homework Machine.
Show everyone the cover. Awesome. Go.
The police lady says me and Brenton and Judy and Kelsey have to each come in separately and talk about what happened. Okay, so here it goes. Is this thing on? My name is Sam Dawkins. But everybody calls me Sinkwad on account that's my last name spelled backwards. Dawkins. Sinkwad. Get it? Most kids call me Sink. It's kind of cool. Beats having a nickname like Booger Face or Fart Boy or something stupid like that. I was new to the school, but I didn't know anything. And I didn't get kicked out of my old school because I refused to get a haircut. That's a lie. I don't know how that rumor got started. I don't care if you believe me. That's the truth. Anyway, my parents moved here from Oregon. My dad was in the Air Force, and that's how we moved to Arizona. He was assigned to Luke Air Force Base near Phoenix. The bottom line is we messed up. Stuff happens. We're not perfect. We all feel bad. We won't do it again. What are you gonna do? Throw us in jail? That's my statement.
What, you feel, what, you need more time than that? Details? Okay, okay. What do you want to know? My name is Kelsey Donnelly. I don't really see the reason why we gotta do this. Police lady told me that we have to make a statement in private, and tell the whole story of what happened from the very beginning of September. Like I'm a creep or something. I barely remember what happened last week. Forget about way back in September. Look, we're sorry. We're sorry about what happened. We were just having a little fun and it got out of hand. It's not like we robbed the bank or anything. That's my statement. I can't believe I have to spend my time in my summer in this room with a tape recorder when I could be out having fun. Can I go now? Okay. My name is Judy Douglas. My mom works at home and my dad works for the National Park Service. He cuts down dead trees and does controlled burns to prevent forest fires. The whole thing started because certain people who shall remain nameless did some thoughtless things that I don't need to discuss here. This is so unfair. I have almost straight A's, and I'm in the G&T program. That's gifted and talented. I would never break the law or do anything dishonest. Things just got out of control. The next thing we knew, we had to go talk to the police. Do you have any idea how humiliating this entire ordeal has been for me? Do you know how upset my parents were when they found out? And now this is going to be on my permanent record, probably for the rest of my life. This keeps me out of law school someday. I'll be so angry. I'll sue. That's what I'll do. If I get into law school, I'll sue. But if I get into law school, I won't need to sue. Oh, I just wish I could go to sleep and wake up and find out it was all a dream, like it never happened.
Thank you, Justin. Thanks. Where's my microphone? All right. So introduce yourself. Good sit. Introduce yourself, and tell us what you'll be reading. Go for it.
I'm going to be reading The Best Friends Club by Lizzie and Harold story. Let's start a best friend club, Lizzie said one day. Great, said Harold. We can meet under your porch. That'll be a clubhouse. Harold painted the sign. It said, the BF Club. Now write members only, said Lizzie. You write it, said Harold. My teacher said my M's are too fat, so Lizzie wrote members only. Who are the members? Harold asked. You and me, said Lizzie. That's all? Yes, said Lizzie. You can be the president and I'll be the vice president. The president gets to write down all the rules. You'll be the president. Harold said, your writing is better than mine. All right, then I'll be the president, said Lizzie. Now we'll make up the rules. Rule number 1, said Harold. The club meets under Lizzie's porch. Right, Lizzie said Lizzie. Rule number 2, nobody else can be in the club. Rule number 3, said Harold. He thought for a long time. I can't think of any more. Rule number 3, said Lizzie. Lizzie and Harold walk home from school together every day. Rule number 4, said Harold. Everybody in the club knows Cat's Cradle. They heard voices. Someone was walking by. They could see 2 pairs of feet. It's Christina, whispered Lizzie. She always wears those black party shoes. And Douglas? Harold whispered. Harold whispered back. His shoelaces are always untied. I'm the only one having Nancy and Amy and Stacy to my birthday party, they said. They heard Christina say, "My mother said I could have the whole class." Douglas answered, "We're gonna have to play baseball." The next day, Harold came out of his classroom with Douglas. He wanted to walk home with us, Harold said to Lizzie. "He can't," said Lizzie. "Why not?" said Harold. "Harold, remember the rules? We're best friends, and we always walk home together," Lizzie said. "Just you and me." "Oh yeah," said Henry. "I forgot." Douglas looked very sad. "Sorry, Douglas," said Harold. "See you tomorrow." Douglas' ears stick out, said Lizzie on the way home. "So what?" said Harold. "His shoelaces are always dripping," said Lizzie. "I don't care about that," said Harold. I'll meet you in the clubhouse after snacks," said Lizzie. "I can't come home today," said Harold. "My mother wants me home." Lizzie sat on the clubhouse all by herself. She wrote down more rules. They said, "Best friends do not go to other people's birthday parties. People with funny ears and drippy shoelaces are not allowed in the club." The next day, Harold came out of his classroom with Douglas again. "Douglas asked me to play at his house," said Harold. "Harold," said Lizzie. "What about the club?" "What club?" said Douglas. "It's none of your business," said Lizzie. "I'll come tomorrow," said Harold. "I promise." Lizzie watched them walk away together. She stuck out her tongue at them, but Harold didn't turn around. She went straight to the clubhouse and wrote down another rule for it. It said best friends did not go to other people's houses to play. Then she threw a ball at the garage wall until it was supper time. "Douglas wants to be in a club," said Harold. The next day, "He can't be," said Lizzie. "Only best friends are allowed in this club." She showed him all the new rules she had written down. "This club is no fun," said Harold. "It has too many rules. I quit." He crawled out from under the porch and walked home. Lizzie took down his sign and put up a new one. Douglas came down the street. He was riding Harold's new bicycle. Harold was chasing after him. When Harold saw the sign, he stopped and read it. "What does it say?" said Douglas. It says Lizzie's club. Nobody else allowed," said Harold. Harold leaned over and looked at Lizzie. "You can't have a club with only one person," he said. "I can," said Lizzie. "A 3-person club is more fun," said Harold. Douglas knows how to do cat's cradle, but he is not a best friend," said Lizzie. It'll be a different club," said Harold. "We'll make up a new name, maybe," said Lizzie. She sat under the porch and watched them. First, they played bicycle tag, then they threw the ball at her garage wall. "Want to play running bases?" Lizzie asked. "I don't know how," said Douglas. "I'll teach you," said Lizzie. They took turns being the runner. Lizzie was the fastest. It was getting dark. Douglas went home for supper. Lizzie crawled back under the porch. She tore up her sign and a list of rules. "What's the new name for the club?" Harold asked. "I'll show you," said Lizzie. She sat down and wrote in big, great letters, "The No Rules Club." Harold smiled. He stuck up the thumbtack. They both went upstairs to Lizzie's house for supper.
Awesome, thank you. Can I take your book? Take the book, honey. Thank you. All right, introduce yourself, your book, and start reading.
Hi, my name is Abby, and I'm going to be reading Peter's Chair by Era Jack Keats. Peter stretched as high as he could. There, his tall building was finished. Crash! Down it came. Shh, his mother called. You'll have to play more quietly. Remember, we have a new baby in the house. Peter looked into his sister Susie's room. His mother was fussing around the cradle. That's my cradle, he thought, and they painted it pink. Hi, Peter, said his father. Would you like to help paint sister's high chair? It's my high chair, whispered Peter. He saw his crib and muttered, My crib is painted pink too. Not far away stood his old chair. They didn't paint that yet, Peter shouted. He picked it up and ran to his room. Let's run away, Willie, he said. Peter filled a shopping bag with cookies and dog biscuits. We'll take my blue chair and my toy crocodile and the picture of me when I was a baby. Willie got his bone. They went outside and stood in the front of his house. This is a good place, said Peter. He arranged his things very nicely and decided to sit in his chair for a while. But he couldn't fit in a chair. He was too big. His mother came to the window and called, Won't you come back to us, Peter dear? We have something very special for lunch. Peter and Willie made believe they didn't hear, but Peter got an idea. Soon his mother saw signs that Peter was home. That rascal's hiding behind the curtain, she said happily. She moved the curtain away, but he wasn't there. Here I am, shouted Peter. Peter sat in a grown-up chair. His father sat next to him. Daddy, said Peter, let's paint the little chair pink for Susie. And they did.
Thank you. Come on, touch it. You can go back. You're next. Okay. Introduce yourself. Tell us what book you're going to be reading, and happy reading.
My name is Dakshita, and I'm going to be reading Dancing Hands, How Teresa Carveno Played the Piano for President Lincoln by Margarita Engel. When Teresa was a little girl
In Venezuela, Mama sang lullabies while Papa showed Teresita how to let her happy hands dance across all the beautiful dark and light keys of the piano. At first, making music seemed magical, but Teresa soon learned that playing a piano could be hard work. Sometimes she had to struggle to make the stubborn music behave as she practiced gentle songs that sounded like colorful birds singing in the dark and light branches of a shade-dappled mango tree, and powerful songs that roared like prowling jaguars beside towering waterfalls in a mysterious green jungle. If Teresa felt sad, music cheered her, and when she was happy, the piano helped her share bursts of joy. By the time she was 6, she could write her own songs, and at 7, she performed in the peaceful chapel of a magnificent cathedral, playing hymns and shimmered like hummingbirds. Music was Teresita's delight, but suddenly, when she was 8, a war changed everything. Guns blazed, swords flashed, and poor Papa had to rush the whole family down the seashore and onto a ship, into a storm where wind howled, waves rolled, barrels tumbled, ropes snapped, and clouds bucked and kicked across the wild sky like angry mules. By the time the ship arrived in New York, Teresa felt lost. She was homesick. How could she ever play happy songs again? In this unfamiliar country where she did not know a single friend, a few people spoke Spanish, and all around her curious strangers stared and whispered, as if her whole family belonged in a museum of oddities. Worst of all, there was fighting there too. The horrible Civil War, North battling South as soldiers marched and newspaper boys hurled about victories, defeats, funerals, and fears. Without a new piano, Teresa would have felt even more lonely. But soon she discovered that wherever one is, some people are friendly, drawn together by songs. Musicians come to her home, playing along while they listened to the dazzling notes of their dancing hands. Determined to improve, Teresa practiced graceful waltzes and sonatas, booming symphonies, and lively folk songs. Her strong hands accepting the challenge of life's many dark and light moods. People began to call her the piano girl. Her picture was in the newspaper and on posters advertising concerts where she performed with great orchestras. that invited her to play solos. Teresa triumphed in enormous theaters where children clapped and cheered, while the parents stood up and tossed roses. With Papa at her side, she traveled to elegant cities, and by the time she was 10, the piano girl grew so famous that she received amazing invitations, including one so special that she could hardly believe her eyes. President Abraham Lincoln wanted her to play for his whole family at the White House. But the country was still at war. So Teresa arrived in Washington, D.C. at a time when freed slaves were signing up to be soldiers. The injured moaned, and nurses groaned from the sheer wearings of caring for so many fevers and wounds. Not so long ago, the president's young son had fallen sick, and had died. Men argued about battles lost, battles won, speeches made, victory delayed. Teresa began to worry. How could music soothe so much trouble? Poor Abraham Lincoln. Teresa hoped she could entertain the president, his grieving wife, and their 2 surviving sons. Her fingers might stumble, the rhythms emerging too slow or too fast. But Teresa was brave, and she believed in trying her best. So she entered the White House silently, clutching Papa's hand fiercely as they stepped into a room so red that it looked like a storm or a sunrise. Teresa remembered how it felt to be a homeless refuge, and how lonely she had been surrounded by strangers, some of them rude and others kind. The memory of meeting past challenges now helped her fingers dance, celebrating the way life had turned out to be a mixture of all sorts of feelings, happy and sad. But the piano was poorly tuned, making her music sound ugly. What should she do? Refuse to play? She stopped, feeling discouraged, until Mr. Lincoln smiled kindly and asked for his favorite song. Listen to Mockingbird. Teresa knew she could play in this lively piece, even on an imperfect piano. So her fingers leaped across all the glorious dark and light keys, improvising the way mockingbirds do, the melody changing as she went along. Music swirled, twirled, and soared on wings of sound. The president listened quietly to the notes that rose, swayed, rippled, and dipped like a bird in a blue sky, above a green forest. He closed his eyes, nodded his head, stretched for his long fingers, and tapped the tips of his shiny shoes. When the joyful song ended, Abe Lincoln stood up and clapped, smiling at the piano girl, who smiled too, because she knew that her music had brought comfort to a grieving family, at least for one brief, wonderful evening of dancing hands. From then on, Teresa felt certain she would always be bold enough to share her musical courage anywhere in the world, simply by letting her fingers travel across all the beautiful, dark, and light moments of hope.
Appreciate that. Thank you. You could go back to class, honey. Miguel, your turn. Introduce yourself, what class you're from, and what you'll be reading for us.
Hi, my name is Miguel. I'm a fifth grader from 502. Today we'll be reading in this book. The author name is Peter Reina. Raymond loved to draw. One day, Raymond was drawing a vase of flowers. His brother Leon leaned over his shoulder. Leon burst out laughing. "What is that?" he asked. Raymond could not even answer. He just crumpled up the drawing and threw it across the room. Leon's laughter haunted Raymond. He kept trying to make his drawing look right, but they never did. After many months and many crumpled sheets of paper, Raymond put his pencil down. "I'm done." Mauricio, his sister, was watching him. "What do you want?" he snapped. "I was watching you draw," she said. Raymond sneered. "I'm not drawing. Go away." Mauricio ran away, but not before picking up a crumpled sheet of paper. "Hey, come back here with that." Raymond raced after Mauricio up the hall and into her room. He was about to yell. He fell silent when he saw his sister walk. He stared at the crumpled gallery. "This was my favorite," Marisol said, pointing. "That was supposed to be a vase of flowers," Raymond said, "but it doesn't look like one." "Well, it looks vase-ish," she exclaimed. "Vase-ish?" Raymond looked closer. Then he studied all the drawings on Mariso's wall and began to see them in a whole new way. "They do look ish," he said. Raymond once again drew, and he drew the world around him. Making his drawing felt wonderful. He filled his journal. Tree-ish, house-ish, boat-ish, afternoon-ish, fish-ish, sun-ish. Raymond realized he could draw ish feeling too. Peace-ish, silly-ish, excited-ish. His ish art inspired his writing. He wasn't sure if he was writing poem, but he knew they were poemish. Ponder, ponder, dream yonder, pom yon, gleam wonder, Raymond. had a wonderful feeling. It was the feeling that even its giant could not capture. He decided not to capture it. Instead, he simply savored it. And Raymond lived peacefully ever after. The end.
Thank you, Miguel. Go back to class. Okay. All right, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Ella, and today we'll be reading Big Cats of the World.
What do you want to cover? There you go. Good.
Wacky. The lion is the largest cat in Africa. Lions live in groups called prides. Male lions take care of the prides. When it's hot, lions rest in the shade. Baby lions are called cubs. Cubs learn the rules of the pride and how to hunt. The lion is the largest cat in Africa. Whoops. This grateful cat is the cheetah. It is one of the fastest animals in the world. It can run as fast as a car. The mother cheetah teaches her cubs how to hunt. The leopard has spots to help it hide in the forest. Leopards live in Africa and southern Asia. Leopards are strong and very good climbers. Sometimes they sit in a tree looking for food. Leopards hunt many animals. I think I'm done. The end.
You're going to wait? Okay. All right. Introduce yourself. And what class you're from and you could read.
Hi, my name is Sylvia, and today we're going to read a book called Ariel and the Sea Wolf. Ariel and the Sea Wolf. Ariel. Ariel is a curious and compassionate with a wide imagination. She loves telling stories and exploring the world around her. Aqua, Andrea, Estella, Anna, Della, and Anna. Ariel's 6 older sisters each are unique in their own way. They are caring, thoughtful, and kind. They look after each other and have a family, strongest sense of family. One day in the Atlantic, Ariel is telling her sisters a fantastic story. And then the lightning one crashed and the ship. Ariel, you said there was a treasure chest. I am getting there. And a chest full of sparkly jewels spilled out of the ship. When did this happen? I'm thinking never. And it landed right over there where I don't see anything because a huge octopus swallowed it up. It was going to eat next island. See never. So I swam right up to that octopus. Whoa there. You could have made up this story at home. And I said, this is my city. What? And watch out.
Oh no, my favorite bracelet. Ariel, you should be more careful. I can't see it. I'm really sorry, Aqua. I'll go get it. Ariel, stop. That is a creepy cave down there. What creepy cave? Where a monster lives. A hungry one named a Knife Tooth. What? That's what we heard anyways. I heard it grabs anyone who gets too close. Oh, how close it is. Too close? I heard it eats anyone who gets too close. Eat? Okay, time to head home. But that's enough for today. I bet that's what a Knife Tooth said after it swallows a whole mermaid. Ha ha. That point is Ariel. Don't just dive into caves. Think first. And stop pretending your stories are real. I'm sorry, but your story was fake, too. Right? Right? Let's go. I can't sleep. I got to know. I will be really careful and quiet. If there is a monster, it won't see me. And if there isn't, I can get it. I can get the bracelet back. There it is. Gasp! A Knife Tooth. I could follow it, or I could get help. Yawn. Good morning. Finally, you're awake. I have something to tell you. Is it too early for stories? Aqua, I went to get your bracelet back last night, but Bella, you were right. There is something in the cave. See, I'm always right. Wait, you did what? Hang on. That sounds like a scary dream area, huh? You had a nightmare about Knife Tooth. No, we don't have time to go to the cave today, Ariel. We have a very busy day. We are tutoring the market, and then we are helping Father grading some important visitors. So everyone is on their best behavior. This will help me see that whatever it is. Okay, here it goes.
Okay, great job. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you. Let me get the microphone. Okay. All right. Introduce yourself, your name, your class, and then tell us what you'll be reading. Okay?
Hi, I am Leo. I am in class 402. I am going to read I Promise. I promise to work hard and do what's right, to be a leader in this game of life. I promise to go to school and read as much as I can, to follow the rules and respect the game plan. I promise to run full court and show up each time, to get right back up and let my magic shine. I promise to be open and try new things and enjoy the happy that change can bring. I promise to wear a big smile and use kindness when I speak, to remain strong yet humble and win with every win and defeat. I promise to ask for help and whenever I need it, to reach for my star even when I can't see it. I promise to ask questions and find answers, to believe in next time and second chances. I promise to use my voice and stand up for what's right, and when things get tough, to keep up the fight. I promise to stand tall, rise up, and give all that I've got, to throw the alley-oop and uplift others on the spot. I promise to respect my elders and peers the same, to leave new places better than I came. I promise to stay true, keep my head up, and never give up no matter what. I promise to dream big and love bigger, to be a team player and a winner. I promise to cross bridges and break down walls, to rise with the sun and learn from the falls. I promise to be courageous, to be free, and to strive for greatness. I promise to be me. The end.
Great job. Put this onto you whenever you're ready.
What do I say?
Show your book. I'm Abigail. Say your class and show them the front of the book.
My name is Abigail. I'm from class 402 and I'm going to be reading Westlandia. Of course he's miserable, moaned Wesley's mother. He sticks out like a nose, snapped his father. Nestling through the heating vent, Wesley knew they were right. He was an outcast from civilization around him. He was alone in his town. He disliked pizza and soda. Alarming his mother and the school nurse, he found professional football stupid. He refused to shave half his head, the hairstyle worn by all the other boys, despite his father's bribe of $5. Passing his neighbor, two styles of housing, garage on the left and garage on the right. Wesley alone dreamed of more exciting forms of shelter. He had no friends, but plenty of tormentors. Fleeing them was the only sport he was good at. Each afternoon, his mother asked him what he'd learned in school that day. That seeds are carried great distance by the wind, he answered on Wednesday. That each civilization has its staple food crop, he answered on Thursday. That school's over and I should find a good summer project, he answered on Friday. As always, his father mumbled, I'm sure you use that knowledge often. Suddenly, Wesley's thoughts shot sparks. His eyes blazed. His father was right. He could actually use what he'd learned that week for a summer project that would top all the others. He would grow his own staple food crop and found his own civilization. The next morning, he turned over a plot of the ground in his yard. That night, a wind blew in from the west. It raced through the trees and set his curtains snapping. Wesley lay awake, listening. His land was being planted. "5 days later, the seedlings appeared. You'll have almighty bedlam on your hands if you don't actually get those weeds out," warned his neighbor. Actually, that's my crop, replied Wesley. In this type of garden, there are no weeds. Following ancient traditions, Wesley's fellow gardeners grew tomatoes, beans, Brussels sprouts, and nothing else. Wesley found it thrilling to open his land to chance, to invite the new and unknown. The plants shot up past his knees, then his waist. They seemed to be all of the same sort. Wesley couldn't find them in any plant or book. Are those tomatoes, beans, or Brussels sprouts? Asked Wesley's neighbor. None of them above, replied Wesley. The end.
Thank you, Abigail. Great job. Introduce yourself.
Okay.
And press your phone on what you'll be reading.
My name's Christian, and today I'm going to be reading, I'm from 402, and today I'm going to be reading Eyes That Kiss in the Corners. Some people have eyes like sapphire lagoons, with ashes like lace trim on a ball gown, sweeping their cheeks as they twirl. Big eyes, long lashes. Not me. I have eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea. My eyes are just like Mama's. Mama's eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea, crinkled to the crescent moons. When she comes home from work, she scoops me in her arms, eyes sparkling like starlight, and tickles me until we laugh ourselves onto the floor. Oh. When Mama tucks me in at night, her eyes tell me I'm a miracle. In those moments when she's all mine, flecks of dancing gold tells me I'm hers too. My mama is my sun and sky, and her eyes are just like Ama's. Ama's eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea don't work like they used to, but she sees all the way into my heart and can even read my mind. Her eyes are filled with so many stories, I can fall inside them and swim until time stops. I see Guolin with the Monkey King sitting on a lotus surrey. Bubbles of lychee on trees and mountains that reach for the sea. She toddles after me, gazing up at me, like I am the best present. I hope she looks at me like that forever, because she looks at me in May way. I feel like I can fly. May's eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea are just like mine. My eyes crinkle into crescent moons and sparkle like the stars. Gold flecks dance and twirl like stories whirl into oolong pools, carrying the tale of the past and hope for the future. My eyes find mountains that raise ahead and look up when others shut down. My lashes curve like the swords of warriors, and through them I see kingdom in the clouds. My eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea are a revolution. They are Mama and Amaz and Mimi's. They are me, and they are beautiful. The end, I guess.
Thanks, Grace. Go back to class. Okay, introduce yourself, what class you're from, and what you're going to be reading for us, okay? There you go.
Hello, my name is Serena, and I'm from class 402, and I'm going to be reading the book Owl Diaries, Ava's Treetop Festival. Chapter 1, Meet Ava. Hello, Diary. My name is Ava Wingdale. I live at Treetop 11 on Woodpine Avenue in Triopolis. I love you, my new diary. Drawings, colors, especially red. Making stuffs, the word pumpkin, cool clothes, school, and being busy. I do not love my brother's Humphrey's stinky socks. Sue Clausen. She's really mean. Cleaning my beak. The word plop. Asking for help. Squirrels. Mom's slug sandwiches. And being bored. Oh, and I'm an owl. Owls are super cool. We're awake in the nighttime. We're asleep in the daytime. We could turn our heads almost all the way around. And we could fly. My very best friend in the whole Owlverse is Lucy Beckman. She lives in the tree next door to mine. We have sleepovers all the time. Lucy also sits next to me at school. Here's a photo of our class. Miss Featherbottoms, Macy, Zach, Carls, Jacob, George, Lily, Lucy, me, Zara, Sue. Oh no, I'm late for school. I'll write again tomorrow, diary. Bored, bored, bored. When I got home from school today, I did the same thing as I always do. I took Baxter for a fly. I ate a snack. I did my Winglish homework. I did arts and crafts. I made this cool bead bracelet. I tried on new outfits. I had a fight with Humphrey, and he left his stinky socks in my bedroom again. He's such a squirrel head. But after all that, I still had hours to go before sunrise. I had nothing to do. I called Lucy. Lucy, I'm so bored. Can you come over? Sorry, I can't. Tomorrow's the first day of spring, so my mom and I are planting flowers. Lucy? Spring? Flowers? You're a genius. Oh, okay. Gotta go. Bye. Thank goodness for Lucy. She just gave me the most flappity-flappaless idea. I need to brainstorm. I'll be back. Okay, diary. I have been thinking and thinking. Now I have the best plan ever. But there is no time to tell you. I'm off to bed. I cannot wait to tell Lucy and you all about it tomorrow.
Thank you. Right, Mariana. Okay. Introduce yourself and then introduce the book you're going to read. What do I have to say? Your name.
Okay.
My name is Mariana.
My name is Mariana.
From class.
From class 501.
Good. And I'm going to be reading.
And I'm going to be reading Fireworks from Linnell in the Summer. Linnell was very excited. His whole family was going to the 4th of July carnival. This is an important holiday, said Father, the time when we celebrate our country birthday. Why do we have fireworks? Asked Louis. The country is so big, said Mother. Birthday candles aren't enough. Lionel smiled. I love fireworks, he said. How can you be sure, said Louise. You always fall asleep before they start. Not this year, said Linnell. I was little before. Now I'm a big Louis snorted. Well, see, she said. The carnival was filled with bright lights and loud noises. Lionel went on the roller coaster first. It went up and down and up again. Lionel yelled on the ups and he yelled on the downs too. Wide awake, he shouted of Blues. They went on the Ferris wheel. Next, it went around and around. "You're starting to look a little tired," said Louise. Lionel frowned. He tried to sit up straight. When his ride was over, they each got a treat. Louise and cotton candy. Lionel ate caramel apple. It felt heavy in his hand. He blinked a few times. Louise laughed. It won't be long now, he said. Lionel yelled he had to do something soon or it will be too late. He looked around for an idea. "Let's go in the haunted house," he said. Louise was surprised, but Lionel, she reminded him, "You hate haunted houses. There are ghosts and other creepy things inside." Lionel nodded. He was counting on that. "Okay," said Louise, "let's go." Father and Mother waited at the exit. Hey, did you hear that scream?" asked Father. "It sounded like Lionel." "Oh, did you hear that groan?" asked Mother. "It sounds like Lionel too." A minute later, Lionel and Louise came out. Louise was laughing. Lionel was not. He was frightened and scared, but at least he wasn't sleepy. His eyes were wide open.
Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself and show us the book you're going to read.
I'm Erden. Today I'm reading one Monday morning. One Monday morning, the king and the queen and the little prince came to visit me, but I was home. So the little prince said, "In that case, we shall return on Tuesday." On Tuesday morning, the king and the queen, the little princess, and the knight came to visit me, but I wasn't home. So the little prince said that in that case, we shall return on Wednesday. But I wasn't home. So the little prince said, "In that case, we shall return on Thursday." On Thursday morning, the king, the queen, the little prince, the knight, and a royal guard and a royal cook came to visit me, but I wasn't home. So the little prince said, "In that case, we shall return on Friday." On Friday morning, the king, the queen, the little prince, and the knight, a royal guard, the royal cook, and the royal barber came to visit me, but I wasn't home. So the little princess said, "In that case, we shall return on Saturday." On Saturday morning, the king, the queen, the little prince, the king, the knight, a royal guard, the royal cook, the royal barber, and the royal jester came to visit me, but I wasn't home. So the little prince said, "In that case, we shall return on Sunday." On Sunday morning, the king, the queen, the little prince, the knight, a royal guard, the royal cook, the royal barber, the royal jester, and a little dog came to visit me, and I was home. So the little prince said, "We just dropped in to say hello." The end.
Okay, you're going to introduce yourself, what class you're from, and what book you're going to be reading for us. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Zoe.
I'm from 203. Today I'm gonna read Robin Hood and the Silver Arrow. Robbed again, the sheriff of Nottingham looked angrily at his men. There were 6 of you. You had fast horses and good swords. You're some of my best soldiers, or that's what I thought. What could we do? Asked the captain. Robin Hood's men surprised us when we were riding through the Sherwood forest. They came out, now here, 50 or 20 of them. They all had bows and arrows. We didn't even have time to use our swords. That's the 4th time this year, said the sheriff. Robin Hood is laughing at me. He knows he can hide anywhere that in the whole forest. He knows that the people will protect him, even if I burn their farms and their villages. Nobody respects me, and nobody respects the law. I have to stop him. My men can't fight him in the forest, he thought. Robin Hood must come here to Nottingham, but how can I persuade him to do that? A boy was walking slowly through the forest. He looked around, but all he could see was trees in every direction. Robin Hood, he called, where are you? Hey, there? Suddenly, there were all men around him. They were wearing green clothes and carrying bows and arrows. One of them stepped forward. What can Robin Hood do for you? We wanted to thank you. Things have been difficult for our village. We had bad winter, and the sheriff takes everything he can from us. With the money you give us, we can buy enough food until the spring. I'm glad to hear it, said Robin. So tell me, what is the sheriff doing now? He's busy, said the boy. He's having an archery contest at the Nottingham Castle. The prize for the best archer is a silver arrow. A silver arrow, said Robin. I like to see that. I'll bring it back here to the Sherwoods.
Thank you. Okay. So sit down. All right. Tell everyone what your name is, what class you're from, and what you're going to be reading from.
Hi, my name is Jen, and I'm going to read One Little Apple, and I'm from 203. This is my 2nd day in the new school in the new country. Here are to be no lesson today because we're going somewhere. Today, other days will not be like this one. Tomorrow, I will go again to the class where I will learn to speak English. Mothers drive us to the start of the arch where a hay wagon is waiting. We climb on and lean against a bunch of hay. The wagon is pulled by a tractor, and we joined along. I think it is odd to have a boy and girl to sit together. It is not like this. It was not like this in my village. The students know each other, but they don't know me. And I don't know them. I can't understand them when they speak, and I can speak to them. Some are friendly, but some look at me coldly and smile. I hear my country, they are not. I was prepared to go home. My father had explained to me that we are not always like here, our home country, and our new one have a different. He said, but it will be good for us
here in time. How much time, I wonder. I'm different too. In other ways, my jeans and t-shirt look like theirs, but my covers, my head and shoulders I have not seen anyone else wearing it. Thought. All the girls and women in my home country do. The girl who sits next to me smiled and pointed to herself. Annie, she said. She pointed to me. Farah, I nodded and said Farah, which is my name. Then I looked across the field with a cow's graze. I am tight inside myself. 3 dogs come and run in front of us. I think they belong here and know the way. Once I had a dog called Harry. We stopped at a place where apple trees bunch together. I find out we are to pick the fruit. Old apples have fallen in the grass. The 3 dogs are eating them. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Their crunch sound like Harry's. Our teacher gathers us around her. She talks to the class. Then she looks at me, a kind of one. She says she touches an apple, then picks it. One, she said again. I am to take the onion as the other students have done. I want to say understand. It's not that I am stupid. It is just that I am lost in this new place, but I don't know how to tell her.
Thank you. All right. Next, Mr. Manzione. Hold on. Mr. Manzione.
Mic me up.
Mic you up.
Hey everybody. I'm reading what's currently my kids' favorite bedtime story, Explorers of the Wild. You can see in here, we have a boy and a bear, and they're very similar and become great friends. I love to explore. It's my favorite thing to do. There are so many neat things to see, like over there, and so many strange things to find, like under here. My parents tell me to be careful. They say you never know what you'll run into in the wild. I say I'm an explorer, and explorers are prepared for anything. So I climb over trees, I roll down hills. I run until one day I ran right into I was scared at first. I mean, I was really scared. But then I saw we were both explorers. Together we found things to touch, things to see, things to hear, and even things to taste. Well, kind of. No discovery was too small to share, and no mountain was too big to conquer. This was our day. This was our adventure. We were kings of the wild. I didn't want it to end, but I had to go home. So I took a picture to always remember the greatest explorer I ever met. The end. Thanks, Dragons. Enjoy the rest. Miss Tofino's coming up next. She's the one that made this all happen.
So you're going to introduce yourself, say what class you're from, and then start reading. Okay?
Hello guys, my name is Kevin and my class is class 205. Today we're going to read Not a Bean. Not a bean. The seed pot is made of smaller pots, each a bean that is not a bean. The caterpillar eats the inside of its pot and drinks water that seeps in.
on the early morning, Anna Orega, a wiggly caterpillar, burrowed into the sea pod. Later, the sea pod dries and hardens. It splits and falls to the ground. Click, crack. Mid-morning, the saguars hold prickly arms up high as El Sol scorches everything in sight. The caterpillar inside the not being rolled into the shade. The noon tree cascables slithers from the nest among the rocks. Their tails rattle. The not bean jumps to safety and lands inside a crack. Click, clack. Early afternoon, cultural coitus equal land. They sniff the wind they hold. The not bean jumps a quits, startled and ran. Mid-afternoon, Kenko Quavos escaped a storm and perch near a pond. They chatter and do not bean ups, and quavers clatter. Late afternoon, yes, numbers send rain down hard and fast. The Ariel filled the flood. The not bean rocks it ride the waves. Click, clack. Silent, oh, amigos explore. They look for treasure washed up by the rain. The friends scoop up the jumping beans that is not a bean. The evening, the amigos draw ocho evalos form a game of the friend clap. The not a bean jumps. They place it in the center along with others. New Santonis hold still in the silence. The amigos cheer for their jumping beans. The jumping beans roll into the ovals. Braver. Click, clack.
Thank you. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Introduce yourself and tell us what story you're going to be reading.
Hello, my name is Andrea and I'm reading Sky Color. Sky Color. Marslow was an artist. She loved to draw and paint, and she even had her very own art gallery. Not all her art hung on a gallery. Much of it she shared the world. She painted posters to share ideas she believed in. At school, Mistral was famous for her creativity, clothes, her box of art supplies, and her belief that everybody was an artist. Yes, Mistral was an artist true and true. So when her teacher told the class they were going to paint a mural for the library, Mistral couldn't wait to begin. The classroom buzzed with the sound of brainstorming. The students talked and sketched together. They made a great big drawing. Then they marched to the library to paint a fish. It paint 1, 2. I'll paint an ocean. Mistral shout, I'll paint the sky. Mistral remained through the box of paint but couldn't find any blue. How am I going to make the sky without blue paint? The bell rang. It was time to put their brushes down for the day. As she climbed aboard the bus, Mistral kept wondering. All the way home, she stared out the window. The sun lowered closer to the horizon. Later at home, Mistral watched day turn into night. That night, Mistral stayed into a deep dream. She different sky through the sky, soaring with colors. The colors mixed, making too many to the court. In the morning, Mistral stood waiting for the bus in the rain. The sky was not blue. She smiled. As Mistral reached to the library, she grabbed a dish and began adding colors. This one, that one. She swirled the brushes to make an analog new color. Mistral then began painting on the wall. A boy asked, "What color is that?" "That," Mistral said, "that is a sky color." The end.
Thank you. Okay. Put your mic on. And then introduce yourself and the book you'll be reading.
Hi, I'm Yuhan Chen from 503. I'm reading Eyes That Kiss in the Corners. Some people have eyes like sapphire lagoons with lashes like lace trim on ball gowns, sweeping their cheeks as they twirl. Big eyes, long lashes. Not me. I have eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea. My eyes are just like Mama's. Mama's eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea crinkle into crescent moons when she comes home from work. She scoops me in her arms. eyes sparkle like starlight and tickles me until we laugh ourselves onto the floor. When Mama tucks me in at night, her eyes tell me I'm a miracle. In those moments when she's all mine, flecks of dancing gold tells me I'm hers too. My mama is my sun and sky, and her eyes are just like Ama's. Ama's eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea don't work like they used to, but she sees all the way into my heart and can even read my mind. Her eyes are filled with so many stories. I can fall inside them and swim until time stops. I see Guan Yin with the Monkey King sitting on a lotus scenery, bubbles of lychee on trees, and mountains that reach for the sea. My Ama never ages, and her eyes are just like Mei Mei's. Mei Mei's eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea blink against the window until I come home from school. They disappear beneath her two-toothed smile when I walk in the door. She toddles after me, gazing up at me like I'm her best present. I hope she looks at me like that forever, because when she looks at me in that Mei Mei way, I feel like I can fly. Mei Mei's eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea are just like mine. My eyes crinkle into crescent moons and sparkle like the stars. Gold flecks dance and twirl while stories whirl in their oolong pools, carrying tales of the past and hope for the future. My eyes find mountains that rise ahead and look up when others shut down. My lashes curve like the swords of warriors, and through them I see kingdoms in the clouds. My eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea are a revolution. They are Mama and Amma and Mei Mei. They are me, and they are beautiful. The end.
Great job, Yuhan. Thank you. Oh, right, one more. Thank you. Oh, your book bag? All right, intro yourself.
I'm Fiona Gao, and I'm from class 503, and today I'm reading The Very Hungry Caterpillar. In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up and popped out of the egg. came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. On Monday, he ate through one apple, but he was still hungry. Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 pickle, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, 1 slice of salami, 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. That night he had a stomachache. The next day was Sunday again. The caterpillar ate through 1 nice green leaf, and after that he felt much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't just a little caterpillar anymore. He was a big, fat caterpillar. He built a small house called a cocoon around himself. He stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly. The end.
Love that. Classic. Thank you, Fiona. Very fast. Yes. All right, introduce yourself and your book.
Hello, my name is Harsh Kumar Mishra. I'm in 503, and today I'm going to be reading The Paper Bag Princess. The Paper Bag Princess. Elizabeth was a beautiful princess. She lived in a castle and had expensive princess clothes. She was going to marry a prince named Ronald. And here's a page. Unfortunately, a dragon smashed her castle, burned all her clothes with his fiery breath, and carried off Prince Ronald. Elizabeth decided to chase Dragon and get Ronald back. She looked everywhere for something to wear, but the only thing she could find that was not burned was a paper bag. So she put on the paper bag and followed the dragon. He was easy to follow because he left a trail of burnt forest and horses' bones. Finally, Elizabeth came to a cave with a large door that had a huge knocker on it and banged on the door. The dragon stuck his nose out of the door and said, "Well, a princess. I love to eat princesses, but I've already eaten a whole castle today. I'm a very busy dragon. Come back tomorrow." He slammed the door so fast that Elizabeth almost got her nose caught. Elizabeth grabbed the knocker and banged on the door again. The dragon stuck his nose out of the door and said, "Go away. I love to eat princesses, but I already had eaten a whole castle today. I am a very busy dragon. Come back tomorrow." "Wait!" shouted Elizabeth. "Is it true that you're the smartest and fiercest dragon in the world?" "Yes," said the dragon. "Is it true," said Elizabeth, "that you can burn up 10 forests with your fiery breath?" "Oh yes," said the dragon. And he took a huge deep breath and breathed out so much fire that he burnt up 50 forests. "Fantastic," said Elizabeth. And the dragon took another huge breath and breathed out so much fire that he burned up 100 forests. "Magnificent," said Elizabeth. and the dragon took another huge breath, but this time nothing came out. The dragon didn't even have enough fire left to cook a meatball. Elizabeth said, "Dragon, is it true that you can fly around the world in just 10 seconds? Why, yes, said the dragon, and jumped up and flew all the way around the world in just 10 seconds. He was very tired when he got back, but Elizabeth shouted, "Fantastic, do it again!" So the dragon jumped up and flew around the whole world in just 20 seconds. When he got back, he was too tired to talk. He lay down and went straight to sleep. Elizabeth whispered very softly, hey, dragon." The dragon did not move at all. She lifted up the dragon's ear and put her head right inside. She shouted as loud as she could, "Hey, dragon!" The dragon was so tired he didn't even move. Elizabeth walked right over to the dragon and opened the door to the cave. There was Prince Ronald. He looked at her and said, "Elizabeth, you are a mess. You smell like ashes, your hair is all tangled, and you're wearing a dirty old paper bag. Come back when you're dressed like a real princess." "Ronald," said Elizabeth, "your clothes are really pretty and your hair is very neat. You look like a real prince, but you're a bum." They didn't get married after all. The end.
Hold on a second. Yeah, restart please. Okay. Introduce yourself again and what book are you reading?
My name is Viraj Mishra, and I'm reading on the book that's about the boy who grew a forest. It's actually a true story. So let's start. Okay. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is now. In India, on a large river island, among farms and families hard at work, there lived a boy who loved trees. Trees meant shade, food, and shelter for many. But each rainy season, floodwaters swallowed more and more of the beautiful tree-covered land. The boy's precious island was shrinking, eroding away with the rushing river, leaving empty sandbars behind. The boy witnessed animals stranded on the sandbars, their homes destroyed. He feared that if animals withered without trees, people would too. The boy shared his fears with the village. The others explained that the only way to help animals was to create new homes for them. They gifted the boy with 20 bamboo saplings. Alone, he canoed down the muddy river. He wished he would cover all the land with trees. But the large sandbar nearby was a place to start. The land was too barren for animals, the shores too sandy for leafy trees. Would bamboo grow? The boy hoped. Determined, he began to plant. One shaft, two, then three. Every day he watered the saplings by hand, sweat trickling down his face and chest. He built a water system to help. He lugged heavy buckets from the river. His arms grew tired, his back sore. Still, each day he tended to the plants, and over time the bamboo patch grew. The bamboo patch grew into a healthy thicket. The boy was proud of his work, but he